In a few minutes we will be returning to Observer Retro Streams. Today, the finale of the Myst saga starts here, where Sirrus and Achenar's stories will at last come to a close, one way or another. On March 29th, we'll dip back into the horror genre with a modern twist, starting with Senscape's Asylum, Part 2 on April 12th. Finally, on April 26th, stay tuned for Observation by No Code, inspired by 2001. Now, roll the recap.
For 20 years, I've harbored a secret. People talk about my sons and the evil things they did. Yet still I remain strangely mute. I do not discuss my own actions that day, or the rage I felt when I burned the 2 linking books that had snared them. Some people believe my sons died in those fires, but the truth is, they did not. You're the only one I can confide in, my friend. So I'm asking you to come to Tomorrow. There are things I must tell you about my son.
This part's really cool if you're not afraid of tight spaces. Dad and me aren't, but sometimes Mom has to close her eyes when I'm driving. I think she's not home right now, because I never could have picked you up by myself if she were. To use it. Hang on.
Probably wondering why I asked you. The truth is, I need your help. As you know, my sons, Sirrus and Achenar, were trapped 20 years ago after they destroyed many of the ages I'd written. At the time, Catherine and I decided to leave them imprisoned because we'd hoped it might reform them. And now Catherine believes our sons should be released. But I need an objective opinion. I must find out if either Sirrus or Achenar deserve to be freed, and you're the only one we can trust. So let's begin, shall we? What in the name? Oh, what a mess. Linked to Rhyme. Explosion must have shut down the main power supply and damaged the viewer's external image modulator. There's another one on Rhyme, so I'm gonna link there and retrieve it. Oh, I'll have to stop at the cleft for some tools first. Why don't you get full power restored while I'm gone? Go to the water wheel control room. Close both emergency release gates, then come back here and use the crystal viewer to contact me. You'll have to turn on the roof antenna before the viewer will work. Keep an eye on Yisha, will you? I'll be back.
You think that's strange that my necklace shows me things? Dad does. He says a lot of things I've seen on Serenia aren't real. My brothers believe me, though.
terrible electromagnetic storm here. I can't leave Rhyme until it's over. And I know what you can do. Go to the desk in my bedroom. Below the top drawer, you'll see a symbol. Press on it to open 2 compartments. The commentaries I wrote on Haven and Spire are inside. Oh, and tell Isha not to forget her homework. Spire, I've called it, for that's the image I kept in mind as I wrote the book that would link here. A soaring rock and crystal spire rising out of dense clouds like the watchtower of some gem-studded castle. Now that I'm here and am exploring the age in person, I find it to be exactly as I'd envisioned. Beautiful, yet so very deceptive.
I thought I was the only devious one in our family. But this... Oh, this is classic. No book, father, no linking. Fuck! Oh! Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
Double passed through both loops. Beautiful knot. Let's just hope the linking book is down there.
It appears that I have underestimated him. I did not think he could be this devious. He always said Spire was dangerous, but I assumed he meant its people were violent. Violent and potentially xenophobic. The perfect combination with which to orchestrate a coup. But there are no people here. No prosperous civilization for me to rule. I see now how his linking panel fooled me. Congratulations, Father. This hand goes to you.
I always knew my sons had great potential, but today I saw something that truly amazed me. Sirrus is harnessing electricity. At least that is what I assume, for the viewer caught a brief glimpse of something I had never before seen in this age. It had to be man-made construction.
Yes! I knew it would work. I knew there was enough static electricity out there to be gathered by my conductors. Now, to stop wasting it in a useless display of light and actually channel it somewhere. Has to be fake. Has to be. But will getting to it allow me to finally reach the ground? Have to know. Have to get over there.
years. Freedom!
Sirrus. And I will not be defeated!
Commencing rock test number 29. Yes, this should be it. This should be the one. No wonder I can't get the right frequency. When they slip out of tune, these cables sound worse than Mother's caterwauling.
I do not understand how this can be. Regardless, given the design of the chamber, and in particular its barred dividing wall, I suspect that our reunion will be tense. 15 years. Still, it is not enough for him. This age was nothing when I arrived. Nothing but floating rocks and debris. I am the one who made it livable, and I did so without help from any quarter. If I could have found just one single person to assist me. But no. He does not want to talk about accomplishments. All he wants to talk about are the books. Yes, I burned them, Father. I am sorry. Now, can we put the past aside and let me out of here? Perhaps if I play upon her guilt. Create a sculptural vignette which she can see inside their viewer. If I choose the appropriate memory, it should convince her that I, too, have my regrets. No! He cannot do this! Why is he bringing her into this? I will not allow it! I will not allow a mere child to have that much power over me! How dare he agree to teach her the art? There must be a way, some way to get the knowledge from her. But how? Go ahead, Father. Go ahead and teach her. If you insist on giving this power to Yisha, then I will make sure you're also giving it to me. I have found the frequency.
Hello and welcome to the finale of the Myst saga. Hold on a sec, I need to get past this loud music. There. Yeah, last time, as per the recap, we went through Spire and determined that Sirrus has no remorse and doesn't deserve release. Unfortunately, with the invention of those sonic bombs of his, he's already loose. And we... only thing left to do now is two things. One, find out what happened to Yisha, and two, find whether Achenar is reformed or not. Well, remember, Sand and Twitch, they weren't really meant to be put in there to begin with. They went in there themselves and ignored Atris's warnings not to. They did this to themselves. Whoa. What the? I know that tune. From the looks of this, that's where Yisha's bedroom is. So somebody out on the balcony used a linking book and it landed there. So I'd say let's put a rain check on the other book and go check that out. Yes, that's right, because the brothers sabotaged Atris's linking book back to Myst, so he couldn't get out either. So the whole scheme was like a double-edged sword. And so with the context of Spire, we now know that Sirrus made two types of crystal bombs, one to destroy Nera, and the other to destroy rock. Because it looks like this vault door is metal, so he probably used one of the anti-rock bombs to shake this loose, and that's probably what caused the bridge to collapse on the surface. Dude is prepared if nothing else. Exactly, Ephraim. You want to know how long a Dunny lifespan is? Us humans, we live an average of 100 years, but Dunny people can live 300. And Gen was the son of both a human and a Dunny person, so this means the Dunny gene has been passed along the family ever since. Excuse me, I have to use the... I found a way to get... Excuse me. In between VODs, I found out how to make a cough switch. So now you don't have to hear me do it anymore. Wait, what am I doing? I am going the wrong way. Looks like Yisha has her own private patio on the bottom. Question is, how do you get there? It was actually spelled that way in quotes back in the original Myst until they started developing the backstory. And something's not right. Jeez Louise. Whoever used that book completely trashed Yisha's room. This is what it looked like in the last part. And of course, back to the memory amulet.
Please, can I wear it today, Mommy?
No. Don't you want to keep it nice for the ceremony on Serenia next week? Anya told me you're getting a special necklace to go with it.
Well, one of the things that's different is that this book has been uncovered. And actually, if you drag this pillow, we could have seen this much earlier. This is actually a journal by Yisha. Now, cut Juliet Gosselin some slack here. She's only a kid.
Monday. I got this book. Dad gave it to me. I'm going to write in it every night. Tuesday. In the morning, we worked on long division. After dinner, I made a puzzle. Mom and me started the fun club and looked at stars. Thursday. I didn't do much. Sunday. We visited my brother today. He had a gift for me, but Dad made me go home before I could see it. I felt bad. Dad talked to me later and said it was just bones, so I shouldn't be scared. I wasn't, because I don't think Achenar meant it to be bad. He looked so sad when we left. Monday. It was hot. I spent the whole day by the water. Saturday. Dad took me to a really neat place today. It's called Serenia, and the people there are so nice. They never forget stuff. Because if they do, their memory chamber remembers it for them. I went inside and I saw all the memory globes hanging from the ceiling, just like Sirrus said I would. Monday. Mom said it's too soon to go back to Serenia. I've been thinking though, and I don't know if I want my memories put inside a globe when I'm dead. What if I need them? Thursday. I told both Sirrus and Achenar about the fun club. They want to join. Wednesday. Dad finally said we could go see Anya tomorrow. She takes care of the memory chamber. She's one of its protectors. Only women can be protectors. Men stay in the village and do other hard stuff, like fixing roofs. Thursday. I saw the coolest creature on Serenia today. It was made of water, but when it saw me looking, it got shy and fell apart. Dad said it must have been a fish, jumping because he didn't see it. Mom believed me though. Friday. Anya told me her people put their memories in globes so their families can visit them in the dream world. She said I could visit the dream world too, but I'd have to learn how. Plus, I need a spirit guide. Maybe I can get one next time we visit. Sunday. I got the best gift of all time today, a spirit guide statue. Sirrus carved it for me himself. It looks kind of funny, but it's 'cause he never saw one. He just went with what I told him. He knows exactly what questions to ask, and he listens better than anyone. Friday. Before supper, Dad and me changed the lock on my bookshelf. I said since I'm learning Donnie, I could change the covers and use everyone's name instead. I won't forget who's older than who either. He said it really had to be the really last time, but he was glad. Thursday. We didn't do much, but tomorrow I start learning how to dream on Serenia. I'll probably be too busy to write in this journal for months. Sunday. Anya gave me a special necklace today. It's really good at picking up memories. She says some things are better at holding them than others, and that only the most powerful memories get shown. I touched it as soon as I got home, and it worked. I can't wait to show all my friends.
So that was kind of interesting. Whatever this Serenia age is, it sounds a lot different than the others. So, as the comparison showed, whoever that was smashed this cabinet. I am a child of water. I wonder what this means. It looks like your typical palm reading like it would be on Earth, but I kinda doubt that's what it is.
I knew you'd have one.
That did not sound like Sirrus. Well, as the entry stated, there's a lock in this bookcase, and all of these books have names of different Denny people. Well, as it happens, we actually picked up a couple of clues last time. The first is this textbook explaining the Dunny alphabet. And the other is their family tree. Actually, I'm gonna go to the site itself because I can't wave my cursor when I'm in full screen mode there. Because of the broken bridge, I can't just warp to these spots so I have to use the elevator. And like I said, this cutscene cannot be skipped. So down here, this is where it is. So at the top, I happen to know, from left to right, oldest to newest, on the top row it's Achenar, Sirrus, Yesha, then Catherine, then Atris, Tiana, Gen, Kita, I believe, Atris with an I assume, the older one, and the last two I only remember from the novels. This is one of the puzzles that's actually, and I respect this kind of puzzle. It's kind of like the Narayan language puzzle from Myst 3, actually. Oh, I remember now. So that's what we have to enter on the bookcase. Oldest to newest, I believe. And while we're up here, there's something... No, wait, there's another viewer code, so I want to input them both at once. And while we're at it, I may as well look at the commentary for the other prison age, Haven. Thankfully, these ones are much shorter.
Never be discouraged by a mistake, Atris. My grandmother, Anna, always used to say. Strive to learn from it instead, and you will achieve great things. Today on Haven, I saw my grandmother's words become truth. The broken ship merged into the causeway near Haven's coastline is exactly what I'd hoped it would be. A promise of intrigue and adventure, so palatable it made my own heart race with excitement to see it. I thought of how much fun the boys I'd met in Stoneship Age, Emmett, Branch, and Will, would have had playing in it, and almost wish I could bring their children here to do so. But Haven must remain off limits to all if it's to become the prison world I wrote it to be. My sole foray into the age has proved it to be capable of supporting human life, though of course none exists there at this time. Much of Haven's interior is comprised of a dense tropical rainforest, which is obviously teeming with beasts. I saw several as I explored, though they usually kept their distance. A few of the fruit eaters did stare at me curiously as I made my way under their nests. No doubt, having never encountered a human being before, they did not think to fear me. They might even have summoned the courage to become friends, had I stayed there any longer. Alas, I could not, for the weight of urgency was upon me, having convinced myself of the need to protect my Myst library should some overly greedy explorer stumble onto it. I felt it necessary to link home very quickly, taking only a few brief minutes to watch the sun set over Haven's freshwater lake. I swam out to the middle and linked away. By now, the linking book I used would have sunk underwater and have been destroyed. Consequently, there remains but one task to finish before I can sleep. I must write 2 additional linking books tonight. One for Haven and one for Spire, my other prison age. Then place them on display in the library. I shall also have to warn Sirrus and Achenar to stay away from them. And tell Catherine, of course, when all is finished.
So there you have it. That's the current universe explanation for why the red and blue books were there. And I find that kind of interesting. It's as if Haven and Spire contain elements from the other 4 Myst ages to mash together into one. So like Haven combines Stone Ship and Channelwood, and Spire would be mechanical and selenitic. You know, I think you're right, Ephraim. It is uneven. I'm not the only one to think that. Okay. Oh yeah, if you right-click, you can free up the cursor just like in Exile. So I believe we start with Collis, then I think these other names are just developer names. I'm trying to find Tessera. Maybe I just skip it? Curse ADHD. So this one's Yisha. Yeah, the thing that's tripping me up is that not all of the names from the family tree are in this listing. You know what? Just for the curiosity's sake, I think I'll show something off to you. Never once in my life have I used the help section. Five books. Maybe it's simpler than it looks. Okay, I get it now. The older relatives were a red herring. It's only the newest 5 members that matter. Okay, now I get it. Okay, this one's Atris. Whew. I tried everything not to look at an actual walkthrough. Well, for a kid, she's got quite a neat hangout. Although, yet again, Atris shows his lack of OSHA compliance standards. I hope this river isn't that deep, especially with the freaking waterfall. Well, at least she has diving equipment, so there's that. I guess that's her impression of becoming a Sirenian. There's where the book fell. That's probably what that guy pulled out of that cabinet was. Now, I am not going to explore this age right away. I'm just making a quick stop because there's something special when we get there. This is Serenia, but again, I'm saving exploring this age for the end game, because we've already got one other age to tackle. And something's off about this pedestal. Well, it looks like whoever was chasing Isha finally caught her and pulled her away when she was trying to use this book. I happen to know this one goes somewhere different. Yeah, check this out. We're in the sunroom from the very start of Myst 3. And there's one of the cameras. But again, I'm saving most of what's here for the end game. In the meantime, in Myst 3, this door was locked. Aha! Well, I recognize this place. Now, why would the deadbolt be on the outside of the door? Ugh. Aegis's sense of security never ceases to amaze me. So now we can see the elevator coming across from this viewpoint. While we're at it, let's punch in those viewer codes to see where we're going before we set off. Let's start with Yisha's sketch for Serenia. Yellow 6, purple 4. Unlike Gen, Aegis is actually using all 6 colors here. Blue 3, green 1. Well, that doesn't look like much. It looks like path through some kind of park, probably that stone forest we saw. Well, after that, now on to Haven. Blue 2, red 8, purple 1. Green 5, yellow 6. Yep, that looks like a shipwreck, alright. Actually, more drastic than the one in Stone Ship. Well, no time like the present. Let's go see what it's like there. On the plus side, we'll never have to do this again for the rest of the game. God, it's been an hour already and I haven't even gotten to the next stage yet. Well, that's partly why I have zip mode. Time to see what all those blue pages were for. Yeah. Huh. This looks specific. This looks oddly more recent than the linking chamber in Spire. And the bars are so electrified we can zap ourselves with it. Yep, Sirrus strikes again. But why would he go here? I wonder if the person chasing her was Sirrus, maybe Yisha fled here to try and get help from Achenar. Not sure why she would do that, but if one brother is known to be dangerous, maybe the other isn't so bad? Well, at least this horn's in good shape. And it has a memory.
I have a few friends that accept me. But it's not like before, definitely not like before. Friends come and go, especially when you're moving around a lot. But here, you've been here a long time. Kind of makes you crazy, you know? Wacko. Really, out there. Cuckoo. You bring any apples?
Catherine mentioned that Achenar speaks mostly from emotions, so yeah, he must have been kind of difficult to communicate with. Well, let's explore Haven. Ah, mouse is acting up again. I clicked on the crab and it moved. Another bomb. Okay, that was funny. I gotta see that again. Yep, not exactly a pleasant encounter, I'd say that much. One moment please, I need to fix the mouse. Oh, whoops, microphone was off. Yeah, like I said, this is the age that Ubisoft put the most time and effort into developing. So, it might take a while. And then, wow. Sirrus made a lot of technical pictures, but this guy's been making, like, freaking cave paintings. What's he been doing? Well, actually, it's actually kind of familiar. Wow. Is this an age like an Amateria where a storm just hovers out in the distance forever? I'll come back to this later. Good thing you made a rope ladder. A totem pole?
Intelligence. Premeditation. Stealth. Patience. Can't forget his patience.
Interesting. I wonder why Achenar would carve this. Well, it has a symbol, so we should better take a picture. What happened here? Did he take like down like a sea monster? Man, what a struggle this guy must have gone through to take this thing down. And here we can actually interact with these crabs. It doesn't serve a purpose, it's just interactivity. This puzzle's a little bit strange. We have a counterweight and an elevator and a box. Well, obviously we have to make the counterweight weigh more than us. Well, from the looks of things, it seems Achenar modified part of this walkway to require a counterweight to lift up. So this means we gotta add some weight for that too. But to lift all of it up, the counterweight's gonna have to be heavier than both combined. It looks like, unlike the one in Stone Ship, this thing was like a cargo ship. So it must have given him a lot of supplies to survive on. We are now in Achenar's prison world called Haven Froz. And so far I'm seeing a lot of familiar signs from the crazy warlord type we saw in Real Myst. Atris deliberately designed the ship to be sideways as an homage to Stone Ship, whereas the boat there in Stone Ship broke by accident. Here he did it on purpose. This page is actually a relic of a puzzle that no longer exists. It was meant to hint at what the various animals we see will eat. We'll still learn about the animals, just this clue's not part of it. A stuffed dummy, great.
You steal from me, you gotta pay the price, understand? Understand? You understand me? Oh, you understand now.
Talking to a stuffed emoji, that's totally sane. He's even using a skull as a candle holder. Well, that's no bit different than having a ribcage lantern like in Stone Ship. There's a bear trap? Yikes! Oh, looks like he made this out of the heads of forks. Now, like, as many people say, this makes sense. All this stuff has plot reasons to back it up.
I'm the hunter. You're the hunted, not the other way around, you disappearing freak. You'll pay for this, my friend. You and every one of your stinking kind.
So I guess he's talking about the giant sea monster he killed. Huh. And we got jars of... This one's connected to a pipette. Whoa. That's trippy, dude. Actually, I recognize this effect from when we were knocked unconscious under the bridge. And effects like that, well, going by the standards of what was in Mechanical Edge, it's at least plot consistent. Because they had weapons in Mechanical Age 2. Oh, that's... Wow, we get to see one of the animals up close. We can see these things flying around. And here he's blocking our way, so... Shoo. Wow.
Checked and checked. No sign of it here, or here, maybe here. What's in the South Jungle?
So Achenar made a map for the entirety of Haven. This is really good. I'm going to be referring to this a lot throughout the age. So right away we can tell that we're here in the northwest section, and there are other animals elsewhere in this jungle. Oh. Well, I guess we gotta move this counterweight, so... Hey, look! Treasure! That's one over Sirrus. But then again, when you're trapped here, what are you gonna spend it on?
Where is it? Where's the blaster?
Okay, that's much funnier than it should be. Okay, I gotta see it one more time.
Where is it? Where's the blaster? Whoa.
Of all the things to take your anger out on. And, wow, I would hate to sleep here. It looks like Achenar rigged up a hammock of some kind, and it snapped, and yeah, wow, this looks like a terrible place to sleep, because, like, there's holes in the wood, it's rotting, and I bet rain would get in. But now we know what Achenar did with his mattress back in Channelwood. This is where it ended up properly. Now this is his journal, so brace yourselves, because this guy is unsurprisingly kind of a foul mouth. There's no actual curse words, but I got a feeling this is why this game is rated T for teen.
I cannot believe I resisted linking here for so long. Father's warning kept me away. He said Haven was an age of great wealth, but visiting it would be dangerous without him. Lying serpent. Should have known he would say anything to keep Sirrus and me under his control. I despise him. But look, Father. Look who's under whose control now. Stinking rain has not let up much since I arrived. Gets almost too quiet when it does, except for the distant screams of animals. Wonder what exists beyond those cliffs. Too wet to find out tonight, but there should be plenty of time for treasure hunting tomorrow. Judging by the chests in this wreck, I will not be disappointed. Oh, but won't Sirrus be enraged when he sees I got all the emeralds first? Been slashing through the jungle all week and have yet to run into any people. What did you do, Father? Get them to turn this island into some kind of wild animal park? It would be just like you to convince the stupid idiots to do that. Have to hand it to you, though. The heads on some of these beasts will look really good on my walls. Got my first taste of primate today. I was cutting a path through the jungle when one of the stupid buggers clunked me from behind with a piece of fruit. Scared the hell out of me. I whipped around ready to slice and dice, but it let out this ear-piercing shriek. Must have been a signal to its buddies, because they all took off into their nests. Too bad Mr. Shrieker wasn't fast enough.
I'll pause here because now we know the names of some of these animals. We have Camodile, like rep crocodile and camouflage combined, as a predator. Zephyr, an herbivore, and the monkeys, the monkey people, where the ones in Channelwood were called tree dwellers. These are called mangries. I bet he just named these himself.
Man, is it hot. Actually starting to like these infernal thunderstorms. They ruin a good day of hunting, but at least they cool things down for a while. Surprised my greedy brother hasn't shown up yet. He's got to know I skipped out on him in Serenia after we called that little truce. He's insane if he thinks his plan there will work. We should just kill Father and be done with it. Then again, maybe I should link back to Myst and convince Sirrus to set the old man free here in Haven. After all these weeks of practice, my hunting and tracking skills have really improved. No way. It's got to be here somewhere. Got to be. I searched. Where's the blasted linking back? Have to pull myself together. Come up with a plan. That's what Sirrus would do, wouldn't it? Isn't it? Where the hell is Sirrus? Doesn't matter. Need a base. Some place to hole up in. Stop it! Think. The ship. It'll do for now. Till I build something better. God, to be easier to get into, though. Easier. But protected against intruders. Got to protect myself, right? Good. That's good. I'm gonna kill you for this, old man! I slashed the beast. There was blood spurting everywhere. I need a better spear. Disappeared down the wind tunnel. It was a very successful day today. Mostly Karnaks. Figuring out how to use their fishing habits against them was sheer genius. Can't escape. I must... Wrongful imprisonment. Where is Sirrus? Past few days, too much blood. I don't remember killing so many animals. Is something else here? Something big? Second predator hunting me? Why haven't I seen it yet?
This is so different from the giggling maniac we saw in Real Myst. I still support the theory that the brothers were in trap books, and Atris changed the code, then burnt them, which sent them across. And then they freaked out that they were still trapped, just in a different sense. You're right, though, Ryan, this is kind of funny. It's also interesting that the amulet adds more words to these spots that are faded.
I slashed. Figured it out. Wicked brother. Lying tongue of snake. Tricked me with truth. Serenia. Sirrus is trapped too! While machines. He linked to Spire in search of plunder. Spire! Father's other dangerous age! Miserable Camodile. Bloody animal. Nearly ripped my leg off. Pulled vanishing act and... Just wait till hunting post is finished. Saw some more tracks. Rain washed most of them away. But then I found them. But definitely tracks. Sneaky bastard. Think he waits? And then there was the 5th kill site. Looked fresh. Only was bigger. Smelled me coming and took off. What is this thing? My God, the size. Impossible. Hands still shaking. Didn't expect attack. Didn't realize. Magnificent. Still see him rearing out of sea, water spilling down gills. Such malice, such death in his eyes. Sun sinking behind, reflection so bright, nearly blinded. Must have planned it that way, must have known. But I'm alive, Sea Spawn. Still alive. And I will defeat you. As death is my witness, I shall decorate my kingdom with your bones.
Well, unlike Sirius, it seems like Achenar was more interested in taking down these sea monsters than he was about escaping. Well, I guess the only thing we can do now is check out that jungle. I kind of don't want to do that because where we're going has the same problems Idana did. You're not gonna believe what this next part entails. Whoa. Okay, what the frick just happened? Well, there's the tent. And actually, if we look at the remains, we can replay the cutscene. And I'm going to, because I need to double check what just happened. So, the tent rattles. The Zephyr comes in. Oh. So that Zephyr got tangled in the ropes connecting the tent, which flung the tent over the ridge, and we got blown into the air by wind, used the tent as a hang glider, and it just crashed down here in the middle of this jungle. Well, ain't this a fun journey? Oh my god. Well, we have 3 paths to take, and I happen to know this one is actually a dead end, so I'm going to go that way first. That must be a Karnak. I don't want to stay here any longer than Achenar did, so... yeah. Now, do you guys see a path through here? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Yeah, this jungle is so photorealistic that it's almost impossible to find out where you're supposed to go. It's actually worse than Adana because there's so much detail crammed into it. There's that sound again. Well, that must be the hunting post Achenar mentioned, and he built it out of a lifeboat, it seems. Well, there's one of the mangries. You're not going to believe this. We have to grab these plants and move them aside. I thought they were just part of the background. More bones, spears, and a crossbow.
That's it. That's it. You know you want the fruit. Come on, little guy. That's it!
There's like a table. Was he eating these things? Well, over here, there's another totem, but these mangries are playing all over it, so we can't see the symbol. Well, when we first heard that high, low, high scream, all the mangries scattered, so maybe we can replicate it with this. Yep. No memory for this one. Oh, and be wary of this, parchment. This here is must be the food chain of the jungle. I'm guessing this top one was the sea monster. These are the Karnaks. These are the mangries. I don't know what the bottom two are yet. I'm gonna be making copious use of zip mode because I do not want to hang around these places. A fork now.
Oh, yeah! Screaming, baby!
This is where we were knocked off. The heck? These are like engineering schematics. This isn't consistent with everything else we've seen. I wonder.
Hear this? You hear it? Well, just try and get past this gate now, you thieving Karnaks!
Ain't no way they'll figure out which holes to put the hammers in.
This puzzle can't be reset, so I'm gonna save real quick. So what we have to do is make these hammers touch these buttons to release these locks, but they can't be pushed while these sliders are in front. As long as a hammer is in one of these things, it can move, but if there's no slot here, it can't move past this point. That's one down. Ah, that should do it. Yes. Say what you want, these brothers definitely both have a knack for engineering. Huh. So there's the lake Achenar swam into. And that must be the hut he was Achenar was building.
Seriously, how hard's it gonna be? Worst part's gonna be the foundation. Once that's in, got to be better than sleeping in the wreck, right?
So this must be where the Karnaks live, aside from the shore. Well, that's not much. Good, new checkpoint, because the zip mode icon is flashing. Ouch. They really went on all out in having this age be lifelike. And the Karnak is just waiting its turn. Well, that explains where Achenar is getting all the wood to build his stuff. Interesting locale.
Last one. You can do this. Strength. Dexterity. Courage.
So that one's for Camerodile, but something's not adding up. Why would Achenar be killing all these animals and then suddenly making tributes to them? Whoa. Yikes. Well, that explains where Achenar got that poison stuff from. It definitely makes both me and those things sick. Well, I guess that explains what those footmarks are from.
Don't like it, do you, my friend? Ha ha! Makes you sick. Spew your guts out. I know. So let's see what happens when you get a high caloric dose of it from the tip of my spear.
Ouch. you wait a little longer, the Cheminal leaves and the Karnak gets to eat the Zephyr because it's a scavenger. And we're back at the start. Is somebody using the linking chamber horn? I think I saw something. I think around here somewhere is you can see those mangries that got mauled by the Camodile. I pity the player that had to go through this blind. There they are. Did that thing just fling a fruit at me? Well, he's going to be nice to these things. Something tells me there's something wrong with the ecosystem. Well, this is the only path we haven't taken yet. Frog! An alien frog. These things are actually called Dannies. G-A-N apostrophe N-I, after some development member. I've actually seen this area on the old website. They actually used still frames from some parts of the game and made them interactive. So this must be the footprints of the Zephyr. Poke. Well, there's the Camodile habitat down below, with a volcano too.
Gracious. Noble. Cautious. Stupid. Stupidity can be a virtue, can it?
There's something satisfying about that howl. I don't know why. Poke all the frogs. Imagine all the mosquitoes flying around this place. If I were here, I'd be probably crawling with rashes. A giant wooden hand. Wow, lens flare. This music sounds so sad.
Don't care how nimble-fingered they are, they're not gonna get in when I'm away.
Aha! So this is what all those clues lead up to. What we have to do is enter the symbols we found on the totem poles, and match them to the footprints of each animal, and put them together in order from greatest to least, I assume. So this one was first. Mangry second. Oh wait, no. So it's actually Sea Monster, Karnak, Mangry, Camodile, Zephyr. And oh, I forgot to actually look at the map like I said I would. So at present, it seems like we've gone from the most northwest corner to the southeast. And we're right on the edge of the south jungle. This one's missing a lens. Wow. And I guess he uses this lever to lower it on this side. Well, it certainly looks a lot cozier than the ship did. Looks like weights and diving equipment. More clues on random notes, just like Spire. I have a bad feeling about this.
Please. I can't take it anymore. It's too late. It's too late. They're all dead. All of them.
Well, well, looks like somebody's actually feeling the weight of their actions. All those deaths are finally starting to bite him. And I bet this will tell us more. Which there's her condition, too.
Not sure I can do this. Pen feels awkward. Keeps slipping. Been so long since I used one. But what else is there? What else to do? Went back to rec today. First time since moving into house. Found his bones exactly how I left them. Except clean now. Bleached white by the sea. How many times have I replayed it since then? Sun sinking into the waves. Tip of my spear gleaming wet with the poison. See myself crouching low near the rock, so sure he will come because of his mate. Sometimes in my head, it happens different. Poison gets diluted, or one of her ropes snaps and breaks. He rears back, spear misses. Somehow they both get away. And we all get one more day worth living for. Reset traps today. Swamp water corroded one of them. Forced to go to depot to fix. Coming back, saw a Commodile take down a Zephyr. Moved with such precision, not a single gesture wasted. Zephyr probably didn't feel a thing. It's not what I expected, living lakeside. It's calmer, not as windy. But rain still beats down like in the wreck, and it's hot. Still hot. Only real difference is the screams. A lot closer now, on all sides. Starting to get on my nerves. Can't sleep. Too many screams. And when I close my eyes, the things I see, the faces. My God, Sirrus, did we really kill so many? Added it up, best I could. 8 years. 3 since I killed the last Serpati. Keep thinking I should do something for him. Place some kind of tribute next to the bones. Totem pole, maybe. God knows. Carving it would keep me busy for a while. Maybe I can make one for each of them. What's the use? What's the use? Can't go on like this. Can't think. Have to do something. Keep my mind off the dreams. Maybe go south for a few days. Sleep outside. My God, Father. Did it have to be the same? 2 weeks working my way through the South Jungle, and for what? More of the same, empty nothingness. Can't take it anymore. Can't live like this. Karnax got in while I was away. Forgot how agile they are. Braver, too, when they're hunting in groups. Been breeding like mad ever since I killed their primary predator. Should probably do something about that. But maybe I can redesign one end of the bridge. Create some kind of lock to keep them out. Went back to the South Jungle today, hoping I'd missed something. Saw a group of mangries playing under their nests. Thought about replenishing supplies, but couldn't do it. They just looked too peaceful. Eventually turned to go and spied one of them watching me. Their lookout, I suppose. Wonder how long he knew I was there. Ink supply getting low. Watering it down, but might try to make more. The way the channelwood tree dwellers once taught me. Found some petals in the South Jungle that might work for the ink. Picked a few to take back as an experiment. While picking them, I noticed something odd about the mangries. In the north, they all scatter as soon as they spot me, but the South tribe only looks curious. Must be because I never hunted them. New ink seems okay. Would prefer a better color, though. I'll head back to the South Jungle in the morning. See if I can find different varieties. I don't believe it. Went back to gather more petals and found a bunch of them already picked. They were lying in a pile where I'd been working. Mangries must have done it. Imitating me? Spent most of the morning in the watchtower trying to observe from a distance. Find out how they act when I'm not there. Couldn't see much, though. Trees are too thick. Would like to get closer somehow. I suppose I could build another post, but it'd have to be different this time. Not a lot left I can take from the wreck. Kinda like the idea of going all natural. How the heck did Savidro's people do it? Been weaving support branches all day and my arms and chest muscles are killing me. Mangries sure got a kick out of watching, though. One of them even stopped playing long enough to come over and give me advice. At least that's how it seemed. Wouldn't stop chirruping at me. Made me want to rig up another sound system, see if I can try and talk back. Oh my God. It can't be. It can't. This evening, I was sketching in the post, trying to get their expressions right. Mangries were playing that game they like to play, fruit tossing. Ball must have rolled under the post. All of a sudden I heard this cry I'd never heard before. Sequence of drawn-out highs and lows. Looked up and found all of them looking at me, pointing at the ball and making that sound. Like they were calling a name. My name. They've given me a name. What am I supposed to do with this, Father? What am I supposed to do?
Well, that was really interesting. First step, Achenar didn't just kill that sea monster because the Serpati. He hunted their whole species to extinction, which threw the ecosystem out of whack because the Karnax are overbreeding. Because there's nothing left to eat them. And second, the Mangreaves in the South Jungle aren't afraid of him, and they gave him a name of drawn-out highs and lows, which gets me thinking. This pattern here, if you look closely, these represent those cranks we saw in the hunting post, which emit different pitches of sound, so they must have sound-based names of their own, too. Better remember that. It's funny, Sirrus and Achenar left Saavedra stranded on Jananan for 20 years to fend for himself, and they're going through the exact same thing, these brothers. So, karma's a bitch. And with all those callbacks, I forgot something. Back when I played Real Myst, I said the oasis in Selenetic is a nice little haven for the age. And likewise, as the blue page was in the oasis, the red page was in between these crystal spires. Coincidence? It's as if these prison ages were meant to be seen all along, and this technology and pacing just wasn't there. Not much to see with this telescope. If we click, we can zoom out. Looks like he made this out of bottles, cans, and forks. Oh, and this one is really easy to miss.
Come on. They should have had sunbursts by now. Why aren't they reproducing? Oh god. What if I kill too many females?
So now he's actually tracking the population. Notice the lack of bones and torture devices. Now he's doing stuff like painting.
Why can't I get the expression right?
It's something about the eyes.
So all these Mangreaves have different positions of ears. I'm gonna call that one rabbit ears. And this one Flopsy. You know, Flopsy Mopsy the rabbit.
You can see me now, brother. Mixing up inks like the tree dwellers in Channelwood taught us. Remember that? Remember?
Too bad he didn't come up with that ink that changes color over time. So yeah, just so I don't forget. We're actually close to the end of the age, believe it or not. Whoa! Well, this Kamidal is blocking our way to this village. Fortunately, there's another hut another path right here. There's the second post. Kinda reminds me of the circular huts the tree dwellers had. It's probably intentional too. This puzzle... I'm gonna look around first.
Come on. Gotta get at least close to their tunnel range if I'm ever gonna be understood.
So this is a map of the Mangry village. The post is here. There's 5 huts and a poisonous plant in the middle, and this hut has fruit in it. Now I'm gonna come out and say it. All 3 ages in Myst 4 have one ball puzzle to their name. The one in Spire was the musical keyboard you saw in the recap, and the one for Haven is this one. What we have to do is rearrange these Mangries to lure the Kamidal into this pit with the poison plant in it, and get one of the Mangries to throw fruit at it to set it off. Now that may sound simple, but the problem is these cranks are very picky as to whether or not you've turned them properly. A short tone is about a quarter turn, and the long one is like a full turn. This was also corrected in the patch, but it's still very difficult, just like the keyboard was. Which is why I'm just gonna go through the solution as I remember it. Rabbit ears next. Mopsy again. And finally, Whitebeard. Now that's stage 1, but that's not gonna stop him. But I'm not kidding when I say this puzzle took me 5 months to conquer when I first played. I'm not kidding. And that's with the patch. Why, Ubisoft? Why? No. And there's some rules about this puzzle. You can't call a Mangry if the Kamidal is under it, or if it has nowhere to go. Man, it's not even working there. Well, let's try testing out throwing a fruit, which is... See? He can't move. I Told you these cranks were picky. See, he threw fruit, but it's too short. Well, the oldest one is Whitebeard, so maybe he's more experienced. So next we need to get Whitebeard into that hut. So now he's secure, he's there, but we need to get the Camadal into the pit. And I believe if I call Flopsy one more time, it should work. Yep. And... yes! We got him! And, oh my god, you don't know how satisfied I felt when I first heard this track. It's actually called Welcome by the Warsaw Village Band. The lyrics are in Polish, but I don't know what many of them mean. But now finally we can go down. He's leading us somewhere. Wow.
It's a gift, Achenar. I made it for you. Don't you like it?
No. No. I mean, yes. 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 I like it. It's just... it's so soft. Almost forgot what soft feels like.
Aww. I mean, if I was in a hot jungle for 20 years, I'd be thrilled to have new clothes. This looks like a clue. Man, these little guys are everywhere. Huh. Could have used this a while ago. A bridge made of leaves. Did Achenar make this, or did the Mangries do it? A chair made of bamboo, and this track looks familiar. Wow. I don't know what to say. This is really cute. Huh. Well, as the leaf clue in this memory showed, we have to stroke this line 4 times. Now this tripped me up, but you have to hold down the cursor and drag. You can't just swipe it across. Yikes. Well, I guess that scared the Mangries off too. Well, I think this is our ride back to the start, so Let's see what happens. Okay, I don't know how Achenar built that. I suppose it's plausible given how much time he had on his hands, but seems like a bit of a stretch. And yes, just like the elevator in Spire, you can replay the cutscene with the amulet. Well, now that we've found evidence that Achenar might actually have reformed, there's only one place left to go. And so, we say farewell to the red and blue books for the final time. Did you know Achenar had a little plaque?
Thank you, my love.
For what?
For everything. For this. And for showing me again and again that no matter how many mistakes we've made, the ending has not yet been written.
Right. This is our last ride across the water. I'm gonna take the long way this time because it's not that far. I wonder something.
I have the key! Please!
So Sirrus must have forced Yisha through this door. Ah, yes, of course. Well, let's go revisit Adris' study. As if he doesn't have enough offices already. I recognize these. These were the tapestries that were burned. Look who it is.
No! No!
Getting kind of crazy with the nostalgia, aren't we?
Atreus, I thought you were going to redesign this room, but it looks just like it did before the fire.
Not just like it did, my love. Look, the table is different.
I guess it is different, but not that much. But Catherine was right, though. This whole room looks architecturally the same. It's not necessarily a bad thing. And in fact, this is where he was standing in the intro. Once again, the pictures have changed. Same photo as Catherine, but different photo for the brothers.
For 20 years, I've harbored a secret. People talk about my sons and the evil things they did.
So that speech at the beginning was a letter that he sent me. Now let's learn a little more about what Serenia is, because Yisha's journal actually didn't say that much.
The first time I placed my hand on Serenia's linking panel, I remember thinking, this age will be unlike any I've journeyed to so far. And it was. The sky was crisp and clear. The rivers and waterfalls sparkled like diamonds. Even the worn paths threading through the canopies of stone took my breath away. I met a group of women who told me they had been expecting me, and as we talked late into the evening, they did seem to know a lot about me. Yet the more they explained why, the more impossible this story seemed. Of course, Catherine's ages have always struck me as impossible. Why should this one have been different? One of the stories the protectors told me, for that is what they called themselves, moves me to this day. Many lifetimes ago, a child from the village contracted a fever and died. His parents, who had loved him very much, decided to bury him under a waterfall and built a balloon to take him there. The parents' grief was so strong, however, that when they landed their balloon, they could only carry the child a short way. So they set him down beside a giant flower and slept. All night, the mother's tears never stopped flowing. Eventually, they sank through the ground and bathed the flower's roots. Moved by the tears, the flower told the parents to carry their child into her epistle. She would preserve his memories so they could visit him whenever they wished. Then the flower passed one of the tears back through her roots, turning it into a container to hold memories, and the father dove underwater to collect it. And that is how the memory chamber first displayed her power to the Serenians. Having read Catherine's descriptive book, I realized that the plant the protectors called the memory chamber is but the fruiting body of a massive fungus. Like any fungus, it recycles dead organic material into nutrients. In this case, filled memory globes. Since Yisha has recently asked to see Serenia, I will share this explanation with her, as I did her brothers when they were her age. Yet I cannot help thinking that my scientific understanding of Serenia pales in comparison to the Protector's simple tale. I had not fully realized how many years have passed since I visited this age, so when I stepped out of the linking cave with Yisha, I was pleased to see only a little has changed. A new group of women have replaced the Protectors I knew, but they seemed to be as friendly as the first. Yisha took an immediate liking to the one called Anya. As we made our plans to spend more time here in the future, I felt confident our relationship with these women would be mutually beneficial. After an absence of several weeks, we returned to Serenia last night. Catherine agreed to accompany us, so we will stay for a week or more. This morning, I took advantage of Catherine's presence to re-explore alone. My route soon took me beyond Serenia's current memory chamber to the old abandoned flower which had served the village centuries ago. The man-made edifice surrounding the chamber looked much the same as I remembered, although the flower itself was in far worse state of decay. I tried opening the door to explore inside, but found it locked. Just as well. 30 years ago, the protectors told me how the delicate inner heart of the chamber emits a strong fragrance as part of its reproductive cycle. The closer the chamber gets to maturation, the more toxic this gas becomes, forcing the protectors to find a new flower for their use. No doubt the collected fumes inside the original chamber would have made it impossible for me to survive there very long. Catherine says I should have seen it coming, but this morning, Isha asked permission to meet Serenia's ancestors. I tried to explain that the place the protectors called Dream is not real. How can it be? But she insists on finding out for herself. So what am I to do? I suppose it will do no harm to let her try. From what Anya told me, it should take several months for Isha to learn how to dream. It has certainly been a while since I've had enough free time to concentrate on the crystal viewer's attachment. Keeping my inquisitive daughter occupied may end up being beneficial for us all. I cannot believe how quickly time has flown. Today we attended a ceremony on Serenia celebrating Yisha's mastery of their customs. I must admit, although my doubts about the dream realm remain, seeing my daughter's pride as she received the protector's necklace made it all seem worthwhile. Yisha said something strange during our writing lesson today. She thought it was sad that Catherine rarely writes anymore. And asked if we should explain that just because someone dies after visiting an age doesn't mean the age's writer is responsible. I knew immediately she was talking about my grandmother. Yet Catherine and I have never fully described Anna's death, so how she knew this information is a mystery. When I asked, she said her necklace had said something while she was holding Anna's picture. The answer was completely unsatisfactory. Yet I must admit, Isha had displayed an uncanny knowledge of things she never witnessed ever since receiving the Protector's gift. I'd like to examine this necklace more closely, but at the moment the situation with Sirrus and Achenar takes precedence. Perhaps after my friend leaves us tomorrow.
Well, now we're all caught up. So in place where the Riven descriptive book was, now it's another book to Serenia, and this is where the remainder of the game will be. I don't like it, but I have to do it. Remember when in Spire I said Ubisoft dropped the ball on puzzle design? I retract that. The prison ages I can accept, plot holes and all, because it's fairly easy to work around given what the sequels say. But this one, a lot of fans don't like this age because of... There's just so many things here that kind of go off the rails. Especially puzzle design. There's that tune again. Quite a big irrigation system going on. It was said that this age was written by Catherine, and though we haven't seen many of her ages, they're known to be very surreal.
I was starting to worry about you. In the dream, you always arrived before third bell had rung. Welcome to Serenia. I am Anya, one of 6 now serving as protector here. You may find this hard to believe, but my sisters and I dreamed you would be coming. You're searching for Yisha. I fear she may be in trouble, but we have not seen her since we gave her the necklace 2 weeks ago. I will gather my sisters to help find her. In the meantime, you should consult the memory chamber. She always knows more about what's going on in this land than we do. Follow the ceremonial alley to her doors and see what insight she has to provide.
Well, there it is. It's very strange. These people worship what's basically a fungus that decomposes people's bodies and stores them as memories. It's not a very sustainable culture. I mean, if the old one died, what are they going to do when this one dies? I don't think Catherine thought that through when she wrote this. Oh, look who it is! Yup. Gone. Where'd he go? Did he climb up this rock face or something?
Use their harvester? Are you crazy? What if somebody notices?
You think you could hold your breath long enough? Go right ahead. But we can't begin the tests without at least a few empty memory globes, which only grow down there.
Fine. But you're stealing the filled ones if we need them.
This is like an altar.
Well, this is the most unique funeral I've ever attended.
This is important. I want to see if the ceremony is somehow influencing the transfer.
So this is the memory chamber, huh? It's like... This came out in 2004, so I wonder if the crew behind Avatar took notes. The Ridley Scott one. And this is the inner heart. And it's actually beating. And those are the globes, huh?
Wow. You really think it's memories that make them shine so vividly like that?
goodness, brother. You're starting to sound like Father already. Who cares how vividly they shine? Just as long as they do what we need.
Right. I bet your glow will turn out ugly as sin.
Can touch these glowing statues. So we saw Yisha strapped into some kind of chair twice. Achenar took something, and Sirrus holding one of those crystal globes. I have a bad feeling about this.
What happened? This is terrible. How are we supposed to maintain contact with the ancestors if we can't harvest any globes? Forgive me. I've seen your face so often in dream, I forget you're still a stranger here. You've been inside the memory chamber. You've seen the colorful lights crowning her walls. These are the memories of my people, taken from their bodies after their spirits moved on. In Serenia, the memory chamber stores our memories, so that future generations can still visit us and dream. Empty globes for storing our memories are formed underwater, and we gather them using the harvester. So if I'm unable to fix it, I must see how bad the damage is. Oh, I was supposed to tell you, a few of my sisters have gathered in the Hall of Spirits to dream. If you go there after they've awakened, you might be able to learn more about what happened to Yisha. Good luck.
This person is only credited in the credits, and her name is actually Yannin.
This is so not good. I'm not sure how we'll be able to repair it. Maybe there's an older harvester near the memory chamber my ancestor used many years ago. We had to abandon that chamber because it was getting old. The pollens inside the chamber can get deadly when that happens. Maybe we could take parts and use them to fix this one.
All of these people appear after you perform certain actions. And one of them is tied to... One of them cannot be seen until Haven is completed. Well, there's the old chamber. Sirrus drew that in his last journal.
You mean you have to signal somebody every time you want to go home? Why don't you just sleep here?
Because we have families too, you know. And the ones who are still alive sleep in the village.
I guess that's the village over there. This game is so big already, I'm kind of glad they don't let us go there. Look who it is.
Wait, please. Listen to me. Okay. It doesn't look good. I admit it, but it's not what you think. I'm just taking it for a little while. Borrowing it, so to speak. It's the plan. Sirrus's plan. He's got Yisha. I just want to stop him. He's a nutcase.
You can say that again.
He's here. And don't let Father come here, or you'll screw up everything. Find my journal. The one from 20 years ago. Sirrus doesn't even know that I kept one. I hid it in a stone pillar in the forest near where two rivers are crossing. It'll explain everything. Sirrus is mad. He's gonna kill Father. And I've got to stop him.
So he took out this part of the bridge. Interesting. So this is one of the water systems we saw. And that's familiar. Yeah, that's a clue for if you came here first, that's a clue saying you need to go to Haven to figure this out. I imagine if you knew this, you could skip the whole thing just like Myst 1. Well, pulling that tongue opened this, but...
There you are. My sisters say you are a friend. But if that is true, why does everything fall apart when you are here? Lifestone is missing. Someone diverted the watercourse and took it out of the road chamber. You are a stranger here. You cannot begin to imagine the threat this poses to my people. The memory chamber needs that stone to survive. It nourishes her, keeps her strong and healthy, so she can collect our memories after we die. Without it, we may never see our loved ones again. I must alert the village. There are more stones in the southern hills, but it takes time to find them. If you truly are a friend, you will go to the Hall of Spirits and alert my sisters. Although, if they're still traveling in dream, they may already know.
This woman's name is Caradel. And yes, with every conversation we have with these people, new memory hotspots unlock to replay them. I'll go to the Hall of Spirits in a sec, but I want to look down here. So this is where the Lifestone was and where Achenar took it from. I guess this refracts light onto it. So this is where he was standing. And we can actually go to the old chamber. And the root chamber looks like a head. The little boy who died, maybe? As it happens, visiting Caradel is the trigger to see the sisters, because otherwise they won't show up. Pay attention, because this part's important.
Do not be afraid. My sisters and I can speak with you now. Anya told us you needed help. So while you were exploring this physical manifestation of Sirrus, we decided to travel her mirror realm, a world in which our ancestors have great power, and which we call Dream. We asked the ancestors to show us what happened to Yisha, but the things they revealed did not make any sense. We think it's because the message is intended for you. This disturbed us, for it means you must travel to Dream, something which you must never do without a spirit guide. Normally, finding the guide best suited to your true nature takes time. But we have decided to help by examining the weave of your past actions. Please, place your hand on the cloth. It will allow us to know which guide you must seek.
Now this event is actually a tally of all the actions we've done throughout the game. How many pictures we took, how many memories we saw, whether or not we were a jerk to Yisha. All of that tallies to which element will be chosen for. So basically, if you speed run the game, you get the lowest tier, which is actually fire. Wow. A blob of all three elements at once.
Child of water, or so the weave shows. You appreciate the beauty and richness of life around you. You are confident in your ability to succeed, but willing to seek help when answers seem elusive. You must seek a water god to accompany you. Go to the stone forest and seek him in the pools he likes to inhabit. The mark you now bear in you will gain his attention. Be carrying the offering that most pleases his senses, and he should agree to accompany you in Dream. There is only one such offering. Once you have succeeded, proceed to the memory chamber. Zanika will be waiting for you there. This cloth is now yours to keep. Do with it as you will.
Zanika was the one in red. And this one is Moiri, and the other one was Rayan, both played by the same actress.
You have done well, Yisha. So now, in recognition of all that you have learned, and in accordance with the customs of my people, I present you this amulet of memories. May you always find wisdom in Dream.
This next part, well, first, they all disappeared. Well, now we gotta go to the stone forest, and to be honest, this next puzzle is terrible. what you have to do is collect one of these bubbles, and if you move too quickly, it pops, and if you take too long, it also pops. So you gotta be very careful in carrying it. And of course the spirit's not here. I'm trying to breeze through this as quickly as I can because I hate this sequence. But it doesn't end here. There's worse to come. And now we have a water spirit. And while we're here, as Achenar directed, his journal is actually here. The final journal of the game.
Let's work together, he says. Let's figure out how to get rid of Father before he sees what we've done to his precious books. Sure. I'll work with you again, little brother, but I'll trust you about as far as I can throw you.
Well, it's not locked now.
Been a while since I had this much fun working with my sick little brother. Usually we're at each other's throats by now, but this time... must be the thrill we both get picturing Father strapped into the chair, begging us not to do what he knows we're going to. Don't think anything I've done to a prisoner yet will compare with that moment. Have to build a chair first, though, which means getting inside Sirrinia's abandoned memory chamber. Can't exactly ask for a front door key. Even if Sirrus did tell the Protectors we want to study their rituals, he'd just better get back from mechanical age with those breeding kids soon. Otherwise, this whole plan is going nowhere. What a hideously exhausting day. Spent so many hours working underwater, I think my skin's turned permanently blue. But at least we're finally inside. Sirrus wants to put a lock on our new back door, using one of his infamous marble color codes, I'm sure. But that's his deal. I've still got to figure out what to do about the fumes. Maybe if I... First night, we won't have to use the breeding kits. Of course, I'll wait for Sirrus to take his off first, just to be sure. Then start hauling in materials. Never seen little brother this keyed up before. But like I told him last night, getting the chair up and running is gonna take time. In theory, all it has to do is to stimulate the old fungus into doing what it wants to do naturally. Remove a person's memories. But in order for our entire plan to work, we have to keep Father's body alive before, during, and after the process so one of us can use it later. I'm not even sure the fungus will be able to remove memories from a living body, no matter how much persuasion it gets. Decided to let Sirrus work on getting the chair operational while I started installing the life tanks. Still think this aspect of the plan is iffy, but then I don't intend to be the one who tests them. Sirrus is a genius. Not sure how he did it, but judging from the results of his first test today, looks like he did. Almost felt sorry for the mouse. Okay already. Just how many of these tests does he want to complete before we actually do something? Doesn't he realize that the longer we wait, the more likely it is some protector will catch on that something's wrong? One whole part of what we're doing takes place inside their dream world. They're going to see it eventually. Let's stop wasting time here and instead concentrate on setting up the bait we need to lure Father into his cell. Let's send Mother to Riven already. Getting real nervous now. The only thing that keeps me from panicking completely is this. I know Serenia's weakness, the Life Stone. They'll be lost without their Life Stone. Sure, it'll take a few days, but if I steal it out of the root chamber, the fungus will eventually lose its ability to remove memories. And if that happens, Serenia's civilization will be thrown into total chaos. Might be fun to see it happen. But it also means our plan against Father will be ruined. So I'll do it, but only if it becomes necessary to cut and run. Horrible fight with Sirrus today. All I did was mention taking the stone and he was all over me. Accused me of letting my insatiable desire for instant gratification screw up yet another one of his plans. Then he tried to lay the whole Narayan Civil War debacle on me. Almost belted him right then and there. But the fight did show me one thing. My little brother really is a backstabbing weasel. These tests he keeps doing, there's only one conclusion they're heading to. Screw you, little brother. There's absolutely no way I'm gonna sit in that chair for you. I am out of here.
What the frick? That was their plan? That's what they were building towards? They wanted to body snatch Atris? That makes no dang sense at all. Well, at least the experiment didn't seem to work, considering Achenar bailed and went to Haven instead. Oh, I missed one scene.
She will be all right, won't she? I mean, you won't stop looking until you find her. Yisha used to come here every morning when she stayed with us, and spend hours feeding these butterflies. I think she appreciated them more than anyone else in her family, including Sirrus and Achenar. I wasn't a protector when the brothers lived here, but I gather they were more interested in the memory chamber and our funeral rites. As if death were something to be feared. We must trust in the guidance of the ancestors. If they offer any new insight, I will pass it along.
These people are helpless.
It's so beautiful. Hey, is that supposed to be the little boy who died?
He's a lot more than that. He represents this whole area and how everything is interconnected.
By water?
It is the source of all life.
Let's keep this map in mind for later. It's not very detailed, but it explains how the water irrigation system works. Now up ahead, I'm gonna pause here for a second because there is a giant cutscene coming, and it includes a licensed song by Peter Gabriel. It's called Curtains, not made for this game. Now, I can take a fair share of copyright, but this one, I don't even like the song. However, I found a suitable replacement. Just to give me a sec, I need to queue it up. See, as it happens, I managed to find a few songs on Newgrounds, and the author of that actually gave permission to use this. Of course, I'll give credit in the description, but this means I have to turn the music off in-game.
Time seems to be against us. Fortunately, there is little I can say to prepare you for what you are about to experience. The Mirror Realm is different for everyone who travels there. But your guide will be waiting in his true form to meet you, and will explain what you really need to know. Please, lie down. Normally, I would remain until you return. But with everything that's happened today, I cannot. So, should you decide to leave Dream without getting the answers you seek, you will have to return to it later without help. In that case, just focus on the all-seeing eyes of the ancestors, and you should be able to travel there. Are you ready? Then gaze on the eyes high above you, and let your journey begin.
have succeeded. Not what you expected, is it, traveler? You're here because you want to find the answer to something that troubles you. Why then, wouldn't dreams seem dark and mysterious at first?
I suppose that's
Do
our
not be
spirits.
afraid. The fragrance of your offering still lingers. It pleases me. So, I shall light this darkness for you, and lead you to the ones you call the ancestors. He is not an ancestor. Like yourself, he is but a traveler here. And if his guide brings him close, you should touch him to experience as much of dream as you can.
This doesn't serve any purpose, it's just interactive stuff.
Dream is often visited by such creatures. Temporary inhabitants seeking the enlightenment they cannot find in their waking lives. They do not have the wisdom to shape dream, as the ancestors do, but they can still learn much by seeing what possibilities exist here. Sometimes they come just to seek distraction. Come. I sense the arrival of one who does have the power to influence dream. How odd. She resembles an ancestor, but she is not yet one of them. Nor is she a traveler, for I sense no waking mind to return to. It's as if that connection has been severed prematurely. I do not understand how this is possible, but this is the one you seek.
Yes, Isha.
The ancestors approach. They will attempt to communicate with her. The ancestors are willing to shape dream for you, but they need your help. By brushing against each one, you can impart some of your own energy to it. This will place each ancestor in closer harmony with the others. When all are as one, the combined wisdom will reveal the answer you need. Go on, try it. I shall be silent until you succeed. But should you grow too frustrated, signal me by touching your amulet. I will then send you back to Sirrus immediately, but without the answer you need.
It's a good thing they give us that outlet, because this, by far, is the worst puzzle in the game. If you thought the Waffle Iron puzzle in Riven was crazy, that at least served a functional purpose. This is far from it. It's nothing but busy work, because what we have to do is cycle through these blobs of light called the ancestors until all of them are white. And you have to do this over and over and over inside this sphere. And not only that, but you have to move in a certain pattern too, because if you just try moving around randomly, I know something happens. If you move a certain way, the ancestors randomly change the colors because you can't move by random. But fear not, I'm not gonna make you suffer through this. While I'm loading a save game, here's a recording I made of the puzzle being solved.
You have succeeded. I can feel the ancestors' wisdom at work. Pay attention, for you'll never see this revelation again. The answer has been seen. There can be no turning back. Goodbye, traveler, until we journey together again.
That was so dumb. The ancestors, the predictor said the message was for me, but it's just a clue to open a door. That's all it is. God damn you, Ubisoft. I really don't think Cyan would make something like that. It's not like them.
You've returned. I had hoped to discuss your experiences in Dream, but you can't always count on hope, can you? Not when so much of what the ancestors have shown us has already come true. The others have gone to alert the village. I must go inside and protect the memories. I will not allow anyone to enter until this crisis has ended. I wish there was another way. But in all of our dreams, the last task always fell onto you. Good luck.
To quote Delandau 3000, you're not helping me because your stupid dreams told you you shouldn't? Of all the stupid excuses. I told you, this society is helpless. Well, now there's only one thing left to do. Get into the old memory chamber. And I'm going to leave the music off because it gets annoying after a while.
It's you. Thank God you've come. Achnar's kidnapped my little sister. He says he'll kill her if I don't help him steal Serenia's treasures. Look, I know you have no reason to trust me. You saw me blow up the Harvester, but I only did it to stop Achenar from poisoning the memory chamber. His confinement on Haven drove him totally insane. All he cares about now is destroying everything Father created. We have to stop
him. Go back to Tamana and find my father. Explain everything that's happened here. For some reason, Achenar is terrified of Father. Maybe if you bring him here, the three of us can somehow maneuver my sick brother into a trap. I'll try to get Yisha away from him while you're gone. Now go. Go! Before it's too late.
It would have been so much easier if we just punched that guy in the face. And of course, this repeats the speech.
Remember, Achenar, we have to be discreet about this. The Protectors rarely come this way anymore, but if anyone sees us bringing materials inside...
Give me some credit. I was already planning on working at night. After the Protectors have gone home.
So up next is a combination of puzzles. The journal said they made a secret door underwater, but in order to get to it, we need to drain this basin. And if this equipment is so old, why is it still working? There's the door. And those must be the old roots. But we'll never be able to drain the basin with all these streams flooding in, so that means we need to cut it off at the source. These nodes indicate which ones are pools and which ones are routing stations. Well, by sense of direction, the area we're trying to cut access to is actually on the left side, so... So Sirrus sabotaged this one, so it can't be closed off. But we can cut the entire feed to this whole station. And as you can see, this stream is flowing towards that station. And that happens to be this green node in the middle. Oh, by the way, this is our spirit cloth. Slightly different than Yisha's. So what we do with this one is first remove this trolley up here. And move this to the right. Yep, that's down. Just one more. And this one's simpler. Now we can see what the root chamber looks like in full operation. So waterfall goes down here, comes out of these holes, and drains there. So we're inside the giant head. And out here, it's actually flowing out of the mouth into the sea. Now here's where things get complicated. We can control both functions of the craft from the outside. With no more feed, we can force water out of this by the Archimedes principle. That lowered it a bit, but not all the way because of this door. But there's this drain we can open. So next, do the dunk one more time. And next, open the door. And this time, with the door open, we can seal it and trap some of the water inside. Now here it is, Sirrus' infamous marble door, And actually, this has a memory, but if you come to it early, you actually get a different one.
You're serious? You really think someone's gonna find this door once we fill the basin up with water again?
I think we can't afford to take any chances.
Fine. I know how much you love coming up with those color codes of yours, so you design it. I've got other things to work on, inside.
But this time... So much for never seeing this revelation again. So what that first part of the memory referred to was the medallion I took a picture of in Spire. This code is random per play, by the way. So what we have to do is replicate that pattern on this panel and pair every single marble with a matching RGB or CMYK pattern. It's a simple concept, but this puzzle is a complete and total time waster. And whatever you do, don't click the bottom button, because that resets it if you don't have it right. That's 2 down. Good thing is, the more marbles you move, the more space you free up. This selection system is so picky. Please work, please work. Yes! Oh, come on, it's just an overlaid picture. Welp, no turning back now. Now take a look at these breathing kits they brought.
You can take that mask off now, little brother, trust me. The air's fine. Maybe it looks stale, but the fans I've put in should take care of that. Wait till you see what I did with the flower.
So it looks like this air canister is empty. So keep that in mind for later. Well, here it is. Wow. Wow, Achenar sure went to a lot of work to keeping the gases in on this thing. It's hardly beating. What is this? Looks like a... Whoa! Sirrus put himself in stasis for something. I got a bad feeling about this. Now, past this point is a big cutscene where the final endings will take place. I recorded the alternate endings because they can't be skipped over this sequence. Is everyone ready? Gotta be ready. That's good. There's the machines.
Achenar, it's you. You've come to rescue me. Over there's a lever that'll set me free. Hurry up before Achenar comes back. What are you waiting for? He'll kill us. Move.
Now I can move. So this is the laboratory they set up to take over people's bodies using a memory globe. And there's the Dreamstone up there. Here we go.
Achenar, use the silver lever. Turn it and you'll set me free.
No! Stop! This is not Yesha!
What?
Sirrus used the machine. He forced the memory chamber to remove all of her memories.
Liar!
This is Sirrus, I tell you.
This is crazy! He killed Sirrus when he tried to save me.
Seriously, would I kill my own brother?
Yes!
He removed Yesha's memories. And then he used the machine to plant his own memories. inside her head.
What?
This is Sirrus, I tell you.
Look, he's got the life stone. Serenia's memory chamber can't survive without the
Shut up!
Please, I'm your little sister.
He's just playing games with you.
You see, he's a killer.
No. No! I told you already. I only stole this to stop Sirrus from hurting Father, but I was wrong. He was after Yisha all along.
No, he's the one who kidnapped me, not Sirrus.
Look, I have to set everybody's memories back right again. The Amber Lever. Turn the Amber Lever to begin the process.
No, you'll kill me if you do that.
Hooray! Before the memory chamber gets too weak to power the transfer.
Don't listen to him.
There, Richard.
No!
Coming around? I wish I could say the same for my poor dear brother. But I guess getting crushed twice in one day was just too much for him. Thank you so much for believing in me. I wasn't sure my little Yisha act would fool anyone. But now I'm sure it'll convince Mother and Father, at least long enough for them to teach me everything they know about the art. No!
Trust me, use the Amber Lever.
No, you'll kill me! Use the silver one now!
The Amber Lever.
The silver one! No!
You really have to trust me. This is not my little sister, and we're running out of... Sirrus.
Never could control yourself, could you, dear brother? Unfortunately, he proved to be more intelligent than I anticipated. No matter. I won't insult you by demanding that you let me go now. I'm sure Father will be along soon. Having one more dead body around will only make my performance as Yisha that much more convincing. At least until he finishes teaching me the art.
Well, now we know Sirrus's ultimate plan. He wants to body jack Yisha to learn the art on the assumption that Atris and Catherine won't realize it's not really her. Am I the only one who realizes how stupid of a plan this is? I mean, that is just disgusting. This, ugh. It's just so wrong. Well, I can't skip this part, but...
Achenar, use the silver lever. Turn it and you'll set me free.
No! Stop! This is not Yisha!
What?
Sirrus used the machine. He forced the memory chamber to remove all of her memories.
Liar!
This is Sirrus, I tell you.
This is crazy! He killed Sirrus when he tried to save me.
Seriously, would I kill my own brother?
Yes!
He removed Yisha's memories. And then he used the machine to plant his own memories inside her head.
What?
This is Sirrus, I tell you.
Look, he's got the life stone. Serenia's memory chamber can't survive without the
Shut up!
Please, I'm your little sister.
He's just playing games with you.
You see, he's a killer.
No. No! I told you already. I only stole this to stop Sirrus from hurting Father, but I was wrong. He was after Yisha all along.
No, he's the one who kidnapped me, not Sirrus.
Look, I have to set everybody's memories back right again. The Amber Lever. Turn the Amber Lever to begin the process.
No, you'll kill me if you do that.
Hooray! Before the memory chamber gets too weak to power the transfer.
Don't listen to him. No, you fool! My performance was perfect!
Thank you.
You may have won this round, brother, but it's not over.
No. Sirrus, don't!
Something has gone wrong.
Yisha's memories are not coming back again. There's got to be some way that I can reach her. If only I had a... No. Not now. Not now. The memory chamber can't fail now. Listen to me. The memory chamber is dying. And if it dies, it'll stop the transfer, and I don't know what that will do to Yisha's mind. I can keep the chamber alive using the stone, but you have got to find a way to reach her. Go to the dream world and try and find a way of getting through to her memories. It's the only chance we have. Use the other chair. But hurry. I don't know how much time you'll have after I use the stone.
Where's he going? What is he doing? No, don't do it! Stop!
Go! You must save Yisha!
I feel so weird about this part. At first I thought, why didn't he grab those breathing kits? But then when I looked at it, they don't have any air in them to begin with, so I guess it wouldn't have mattered. But why would Achenar even do this? I mean, yeah, the situation called for it. This isn't something a person I can walk away from alive, I think. God. I have the feels. Well, I don't want to go back to Dream, but... Nope. Oh yeah, there's the winch used to drop this thing on our heads in the bad ending. At least the transition is much faster this time.
You are a most unusual traveler, my friend. The vision you witnessed here last time served you well, yet still you see Dream as dark and slightly dangerous. Why? I see the answer in your need. You are not just looking for visions this time. You seek the very memories themselves. The one you know as Yisha is still here. She's been unable to return to her waking mind because her connection with it was severed prematurely. Come, I will take you to her. Yet the strands of Dream are shifting, even as we approach. I sense the connection reopening. So when we reach her... Interloper! That traveler has no guide. He's using Yisha's memories to remain anchored in dream. Otherwise, he would be lost and quickly crushed amid dream's constantly shifting waves of possibility. Why is she not aware of him? There, do you see the anchors he's using? They are very powerful memories, which both Yisha and the Traveler have in common. Somehow he's jumbled them up and is using the confusion to hide himself from her. She cannot return to a waking mind while he is attached. You can release her. By entering both memories and replaying them correctly, you may startle the Traveler enough so that he reveals himself. I will send you into the first one now and await your return.
So these are our final two puzzles. Inside these memories are objects with
Well,
fragments of memories stuck to them.
Daddy's really good at chess. I'll tell them to when I link home.
And we can't just grab them one at a time. You have to grab the whole stack, and the topmost icon goes to the bottom of the next stack. It has a bit more logic than the Ancestor one, but I'm not gonna stick around. I've already run this stream too long. So I have almost all the memories lit up, because when you get all the fragments in place, the board lights up.
Well, I'll tell them to when I link home.
That way I'll never...
Daddy's really good at chess. You should play him.
I'd like to, sis, but I don't have a chess set.
You can make one, just like you made my spirit guide.
I could, but it's really hard to carve figurines that small. They break so easily.
Well, maybe Mom and Dad could give you a set as a present. I'll tell them to when I link home.
Right. And I suppose you'll tell them to make it out of the same rock as this chamber. That way I'll never be able to break it.
And that's how we acquired the Nera chess set. I can't believe Atris fell for that trick.
It's working. We must move swiftly. The Traveler knows what you're doing, and will try to impede you. Go.
Now for the last one. I'm telling you, these dream puzzles really kill the pacing of the ending. Even the sequence with Savidra was shorter than this. You know what it reminds me of? The end of Inca 2, where all we were doing was cross-pollinating flowers while a space battle was going on outside. It feels like this. It's just... it has no bearing on anything. Apart from learning more about these people. And once again, I have a save game.
Then I'll put my new...
Now, this one, it fully tells us Sirrus's evil plan.
See this globe, little sister? See how round and smooth and empty it is? When I turn this switch, the chair you're sitting in will activate. Lights will go on, and everything that's you will be sucked out of your body, leaving behind the perfect disguise for me to step into. Father and mother will teach you the art, never knowing it's really me who's doing the learning. Of course, I'll kill them as soon as I know how to write ages. Then I'll put my new memories back in my body, and no one will be able to stop me.
See you in hell, dickhead.
She's free. You have done well, traveler. The one you know as Yisha has rediscovered her waking mind. Even now, she begins to return there. The interloper cannot follow her. The strands of dream close in on him, and without a guide to shield him, he will be completely crushed under their weight. Return now to your waking life, until the next time you wish to travel in dream.
Now for the final cutscene.
We did it. The transfer worked. We saved Yisha. Don't look so surprised. The life stone had to be inserted directly into the shrine. Otherwise it wouldn't have worked. The only way to do that was to break the glass that contained the gases. Of course, that made it kind of lethal. Better this way. All the things I did. It's okay. Sirrus is dead. It's over. Everything's gonna be okay, little sis. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
I feel defeated because this ending, when I first played, I literally cried. I didn't think it was fair for someone who redeemed himself to die this way. But there's no other outcome.
My friend. Seems I'm always thanking you. Catherine has taken Yisha to Tay. She's all right. She really is a strong little girl. But she's gonna need time. She loved Achenar and Sirrus very much. God, this is hard. It's as if a door inside me is closed despite everything I'd done to keep it open. But in a way, maybe that's good. My sons may be gone, but my daughter is safe. And now Catherine and I can give her all the love and attention she'll need to move on with her life. Just as we must move on with ours. Endings are just another form of beginning, I guess. And the harder an end is to face, the more hope we bring with us to the next beginning.
And that's where the main series ends. What to say? Out of the 4, I felt like Myst 4 had a lot of potential, but the company it was outsourced to just made so many odd decisions that I felt like something was out of place. I mean, the Sirrus puzzles definitely were the worst part. And imagine what this kind of event would do to Yisha's personality. I mean, watching your older brother save you, then die right in front of you. Because the remaining 2 games in the series don't do anything with this plotline, because it jumps all the way from 1824 to 2003 with Uru, which started as a multiplayer online game in 2002, cancelled, turned single player, and then revived a couple of times before being fan-based, with a teenage Yisha who's developed her own weird messiah complex. This whole family is just messed up. Imagine if the main character just lost it and punched Atreus in the face. I mean, who's really to blame? You know, for as a little secret, Cyan didn't really want to make sequels after Riven. They thought it was enough. But the popularity made them, and that's why they sent them to other companies. And as for the last one, Myst 5 in 2005, that one's really just a bunch of unused concepts from Uru slapped together into a different game with a weak finale tacked on at the end. And don't forget, these people can live for 300 years. Also kind of bittersweet that this is the last actual Myst stream I'm doing. It really shaped my childhood growing up. But I really didn't think about the implications until I got older. There's still plenty of clones to go around. Especially a special one coming soon. See you then.